afternoon. I'd like to call the Beaufort County Board of Education meeting June 21st, 2022 to order. This meeting will be live streamed by the county channel. It is a hybrid video conferencing meeting. Requests for public comments participation will be accepted between 5 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. by sending an email with your name, phone number, and topic to robin.cushionberry@beaufort.k12.sc.us. This is a reminder that Robin is spelled with a Y. You will receive a phone call during public comments where you will be able to speak and address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. The forum will be limited to 30 minutes. If you are in person, you may address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. Each speaker must fill out a public comment card. Please see the board clerk for a card. Requests for second public comments will be accepted between 7 and 7:30 p.m. in the same manner as earlier stated. The second public comments will take place prior to adjournment, no later than 9 p.m. The second forum will be limited to 15 minutes. In the event the board has not finished addressing all items listed on this agenda, the board will reconvene at 6 p.m. on June 22nd to finish the agenda items. At this time, I need a motion to go into executive session. Dr. Guads.
I move that the Board of Education go into executive session for the following reasons: receipt of legal advice on bonds covered by the attorney-client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Code Annals Section 3478-2, receipt of legal advice regarding pending claim covered by the attorney-client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Code Annals Section 3478-2, receipt of information related to security plans pursuant to South Carolina Code Annals Section 3420C, and discussion of negotiations incident to proposed James J. Davis Elementary School HVAC replacements, Amendment Number 12 to Ajax Building Company, LLC, contract pursuant to South Carolina Code Annals Section 3478-2.
Mr. Earl Campbell seconds. Mr. Stribinger.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I move to amend the motion that pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated Section 3480A, the Board of Education finds that an exigent circumstance exists and that the following item be added to the executive session agenda. Discussion of employment matter pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated Section 30-4-7A1.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Dr. Guads? Okay. Is there any discussion? Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to see the motion before because it was lengthy, so I just wanted to see if we could get it on the screen.
Okay.
And see if there was any other additional information that could be provided.
The amendment, you're asking for the amendment, the amended motion on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Mr. Smith, I'll call on you after we dispose of this question from Dr. Wisniewski. Okay, Dr. Wisniewski, can you see it now?
Yes, ma'am. I just didn't know if there was any other particulars that could be provided at this time. If not, then I understand.
Okay, I don't believe at this time that anything. Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, I think, can you hear me? I think the important circumstance here is that these are new hires that are involved here, and we want to be able to have our schools, principalships, staffed before July 1. We won't, and the board won't meet again till after July 1.
Okay.
Thank you very much. That's helpful.
Okay. Mr. Smith?
I would like to know who will be advising us. But actually, we're voting on this motion first. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
I said we're voting on this motion here first, correct?
Oh, well, yes, we can vote on the amendment before you ask your question, okay? All those in favor of the amendment, which to signify by saying aye.
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 Wisniewski, aye. Mr. Stribinger. Wait, Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Okay. So the amendment passes unanimously, which I believe is 10 people? Oh, 9 people. Okay. 9-0. Okay, now Mr. Smith?
Well, first of all, let me stop. I am kind of concerned that about what we just passed because I'm not sure that that's really an emergency.
Point of order, Mrs. Vice Chair.
Yes.
That motion's been disposed of.
Yep, that motion's been disposed of, Mr. Smith.
Okay, well, could you tell us who will be alive board
On the legal matters, is that what you're asking? Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith, can you hear us? Sorry.
You want me to just,
I'm sorry?
you want me to just?
Just answer. Yeah,
Yeah.
just say who will be
So-
providing the legal advice.
Yep, so legal advice on bonds is going to be Franny Heiser. Legal advice regarding pending claim will be Mr. Matthews. Wendy Cartledge will be participating as well with legal advice.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Smith, your hand is still up. Are you able to hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Did you hear the responses of Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, I did hear the response from Dr. Rodriguez.
Okay, all right. Do you have another question? Your hand is still up.
No, actually, I was waiting to see the actual new motion because the old motion is still on my screen. I'm waiting to see the new motion. That was my second question.
Okay. So the original motion now needs to be put on the screen. We've voted on the amendment, which has passed, and now we need the original motion. All right, the original motion is now on the screen, and it is to enter into executive session for receipt of legal advice on bonds covered by the attorney-client privilege, receipt of legal advice regarding pending claim covered by the attorney-client privilege, receipt of information related to security plans, and discussion of negotiations incident to proposed James J. Davis Elementary School HVAC replacements. At this time, I'd like to call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Wisniewski, aye.
Goodrich, aye.
Mr. Smith?
I said aye.
Okay, thank you. Didn't hear you. All right, that has passed unanimously. 9-0, and we will now enter into executive session. Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Public session. Is there any action as necessary or appropriate regarding matters discussed in executive session? Prior to asking this question, I would like the public to know, the audience to know, that we have two board members that are participating remotely. Tricia Fidrick and David Stribinger are up there. So, okay. So now, do we have any action as necessary or appropriate regarding matters discussed in executive session? Mr. Stribinger. Mr. Stribinger, can you hear? We may have a problem. Mr. Stribinger. I think he's waiting. Try again. Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I move we approve the superintendent's recommendation to employ Carla F. Shelton as the principal of Beaufort High School.
Second.
Dr. Guad, second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none?
Yes, there's.
Mr. Smith?
At this time, Madam Chair, I do have some concerns in regards to this hire. So at this time, I will not be able to support this hire at this time. So I just want to put that out on the record. I do have some concerns. Thank you.
Okay. Any other hands at this point? Mr. Stribinger, is your hand still up? Okay. The motion on the table is I move we accept the superintendent's recommendation to employ Carla Shelton as principal of Beaufort High School. All those in favor, please.
Madam Vice
Yes.
Chair, we don't accept it, we approve it.
Oh, to approve. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Stribinger. Got that correction made? Okay. That we approve the superintendent's recommendation to employ Carla Shelton as principal of Beaufort High School. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Those
Stribinger,
opposed? Okay. Those
Goodrich, aye.
Thank you. Those opposed?
Aye.
Okay. So the motion carries 9. No, how many of us are there here tonight? There are 10 of us, right? So 9, 4, and 1 opposed. Thank you. Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 12 with Ajax Building Company, LLC, for the James Davis Early Childhood Center HVAC replacements based on the guaranteed maximum price of $837,767.44
Second that.
Okay.
using FY 2023 8% capital projects funds.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, Mr. Smith seconds. Any discussion? Okay, we'll wait till the motion gets posted on the board. Okay, we're voting on the motion on the board about approving amendment number 12. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Stribinger, aye.
Goodrich, aye.
Thank you. Are there any nays? No. So that, any abstentions? One abstention. Okay, so the motion passes. 9 yeas, 1 abstention. Dr. Wisniewski. Okay, at this time, we need a motion to approve the agenda. Dr. Guads?
I move that the Board of Education approve tonight's agenda.
Is there a second? Ms. Boatright? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving tonight's agenda, please signify by saying aye.
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 Scrivener, aye.
Goodrich, aye.
Thank you. Are there any nays? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously, 10-0. Okay, at this time, I would invite everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. The media has been notified. Okay, at this point, I'd like to turn the agenda over to Dr. Rodriguez for points of celebration.
Thank you, Ms. Robine. Under points of celebration, today we celebrate the Character Education Student of the Month for the month of May. And tonight, that Character Education Student of the Month for May exhibited the character traits of responsibility and cooperation. Responsibility is defined as being accountable in word and deed. Cooperation is defined as the process of working together to the same end. We're happy to announce that the Character Education Student of the Month for May for Southern Beaufort County is Yahir Altuzar Camacho, a 5th grade student at River Ridge Academy. And here to introduce their Student of the Month is River Ridge Principal, Mr. Brian Ryman.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you. I am honored to be here tonight to recognize a 5th grade student and going to be a 6th grade student, Yahir Altuzar Camacho. At River Ridge Academy, how we choose our Students of the Month to be recommended is through their morning meeting. And Yahir was selected by his fellow classmates in Miss Richmond's class, and I just want to take a moment to share some things that his fellow classmates said about him in regards to responsibility and cooperation. They said that Yahir always plays games with them, even if it's not his first choice. Others in the class said that he really tries hard to get his work done and make the best of any situation. Yahir always makes the most of every situation, no matter who he's working with or how bad the situation is. He is always responsible and respectful and maintains a positive attitude. Ms. Richmond went on to say that throughout the year, Yahir has grown in his responsibility by doing what it takes to get the job done. He's made great progress this year since the beginning of 5th grade, and we are very happy to have him represent our class. So Yahir, would you like to come up here with your family? Thank you so much for being an outstanding Raider. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our points of celebration this evening.
Thank you, and congratulations, Yahir. It's always great to celebrate our students. Next on the agenda is the first section of public comments. I would like just to take a minute to review the expectations and rules for speaking during public comments. Please confine comments to issues within the domain of the board. Refrain from racial comments, obscenities, vulgarities, and references to specific individuals by name, and do not exceed 3 minutes, and complete this card, which you've already done. So, at this point, our first speaker this evening is Karen Irwin.
Hi, I'm Karen Irwin. I am a math teacher at Beaufort High School. Before I start, I just want to thank the people that have given countless hours behind the scenes to get the teacher pay in the forefront and in the start of approval to get us competitive in the state of South Carolina. I know some of you were at the last city council meeting. I'll just tell you a little bit about myself. I taught 13 years in a very strong district in Texas, and I've been at Beaufort High School now for 6 years. When I turned in my resignation, by the end of the week, there were a stack of resumes. I have had one of my 6 years here that we have started with a complete math department. There has to be a fix to this. We have to start. There was one year that we started 3 short, and we were 3 short until November, and we were teaching, of the 4 periods, I was teaching 5 classes. It just cannot happen. 2 council meetings ago, after the first reading of the budget, Mr. Rodman encouraged the board to go back to the drawing board, and without using the 2,500 housing supplement, increase the beginning teacher pay from what is currently proposed of $45,000 to $50,000. He indicated that he believed the council would find the required millage. At the second reading, which was just last week, he asked why that had not been done, and again encouraged the board to go back to the drawing board and propose a budget where our starting salary can go to $50,000. So what I'm here to ask is, are we at the next third reading, which is next week, are we going to be proposing the second reading budget, which was proposed, or did we actually come back to the drawing board and find a way to propose a budget of a $50,000 starting? If we are proposing the second budget, I think that it would be an interesting question as to why we are not going for the $50,000 starting salary like the city council said. I'm under the understanding, but I am no government person, that's why I teach math. I'm under the understanding that the monies would not affect the school board budget, that it would be a tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Marty Burleson?
Good afternoon. Pull up my notes here. I would like to piggyback on everything that was previously said. My name's Marty Burleson, and I am an 8th grade teacher at Hilton Middle School. And on top of what was just said, I'd like to just first express my gratitude as well to our district partners who have worked to get this issue addressed for us with starting teacher salary. This is my 5th year here as a teacher for Beaufort County School District, and we do appreciate that. However, the numbers that are being sent to the council don't begin to meet the needs of the cost of living in this area. Housing, gas, insurance, utilities, et cetera, have all gone up, but our salaries have not kept up with the increase in expenditures. If we can get that base salary to $50,000, it would be a start not only to help what's already here, but to attract and retain qualified teachers, which we desperately need in all of our schools. So I respectfully ask that next week at your third reading that you consider the $50,000 base pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lauren Boraski?
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Rodriguez. How are you today? My name is Lauren Boraski, and I'm currently the teacher at River Ridge Academy and their Teacher of the Year for the 2022-2023 school year. I have served our district in a teaching capacity for over 18 years now. I came to you tonight to say thank you for all the hard work that you have done to this point. As a teacher, I really appreciate what you have done to increase our salary and make it slightly easier to live where we work. It is my hope that as a district, along with the support of the County Council, that we continue to work together to become one of the best paid districts in the state. So thank you again.
Thank you. Ms. Cushenberry, do we have any phone-ins? No. Thank you. Thank you all for your public comments. Next is the chairman's report. Mr. Stribinger, would you like to give a report?
Thank you, Mr. Irwin. The only thing, we have an important item under business later, nominating for the champion of education. I just want to express a thank you and a recognition that Candace Bruder jumped on that opportunity and did just an outstanding job writing up that nomination. So I wanted to give a shout out to Candace. The other item is that we formed at the last meeting, we combined the Bluffton Growth Committee and the North of the Broad Committee into a single committee. And if you want to be on that committee, please send me an email by this Friday. I don't have enough yet to form that committee, so I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stribinger. Okay, that moves us to the next item on our agenda, which are the committee reports. And first, we have the Finance Committee report. Colonel Guyer.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. The Finance Committee met and has 3 recommended motions this evening. I will start with the first. I will read the motion and then open it up for questions or comments. The first motion is I move that the Beaufort County Board of Education authorize the issuance of a not exceeding $7,500,000 tax anticipated note, Series 2022, taxable or tax exempt of the School District of Beaufort County, South Carolina, authorizing the sale of said note to the South Carolina Association of Governmental Organizations pursuant to the terms of its TAN program, prescribing the terms and conditions under which the note may be issued, providing for the form of the note, providing for the payment thereof, authorizing certain officials of the school district to determine certain matters relating to the note and other matters relating thereto.
Is there a second? Dr. Glatz?
I second the motion.
Okay.
Madam Vice Chair, Ms. Crosby, do you have anything you wish to add to this? Okay. For the public's edification, every year we have to borrow money to pay the bills because the fiscal year starts on the 1st of July and we start paying salaries and everything else, utilities and so on. And our property taxes, which run our operational budget, starts to come in November and December. We have a fund balance that allows us to pay for almost all of that. Unfortunately, we still have to borrow $7.5 million. That is less than we've had to borrow in the last 3 years since I've been on the board, because we are in a healthy financial state because of increased revenue and because of an increased fund balance. I would like to, in a perfect world, not have to borrow the money, but unfortunately we cannot continue to build our fund balance and pay our teachers what they deserve to be paid. So, and that's why we do this, and we do this every year.
Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. My question is this was this a recommendation from bond council? I know we do it every year. I think they recommend that we do this every year.
Yes, it is. It was a recommendation.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding the motion on the floor?
Yes, down here.
Okay, Mr. Smith?
In terms of the American CARES Act or ESSER funds, we can use any ESSER funds to lessen the money that we would have to borrow on this, because I'm a little concerned, especially with us possibly going to the country going through a crisis right now.
Good evening. No, sir, we cannot borrow against federal ESSER funds in order to pay the operational costs of the district. In fact, the ESSER funds almost create some of the situation of cash flows because we're spending in advance and requesting reimbursement from the federal government, and there is a delay. So we would not be able to borrow from ESSER funds in order to accomplish support the operational costs of the district.
Well, not really borrow. Actually, can we utilize some of the ESSER funds? Not borrow. Excuse me. I use that term. Use ESSER funds.
No, sir. We would not be able to commingle the two funding sources.
If I could make a comment for the public, the ESSER funds are referring to are federal funds that are set up to help us deal with the COVID pandemic. When we ask to use those funds, first of all, they give us very strict guidelines of what we can use them for. Secondly, once we use them, we have to pay it up front, and we send the bill to the feds, and as much as 3 months later, the federal government gives us that money. So that's what Mrs. Crosby was mentioning about why we need more tax anticipation note. But we cannot take that money and use it to tide us over because it's against the law.
Mr. Mel Campbell?
Question of tax anticipation note from last year compared to this year.
Yes, sir.
What's the relative difference?
This is half of the size of the tax anticipation note of the prior year. It was $15 million last year, and were able to increase our fund balance last year, and so we were able to, and we moved our ESSER reimbursements or claims to a monthly basis as opposed to quarterly, so we make it a couple of moves in order to lessen that cash flow burden, so we did cut it in half.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? My remote folks, any questions? I don't see any hands up. So at this point, I will call the question, call the vote on the motion that is up on the screen. And just to summarize the motion on the screen, asks the Beaufort County Board of Education to authorize the issuance of a TAN, tax anticipation note, not exceeding 7 million, I can't see the whole number, $7,500,000. All those in favor, please indicate by, what did I say? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll know what I meant, right? 7,500,000. Sorry. Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Goodrich, aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Mr. Smith, I'm sorry, I did not record your vote.
Yeah, I support it.
You said aye. Okay, so the motion carries 10-0.
Madam Vice Chair, the second item is I move that the Beaufort County Board of Education accept the monitoring report of OE5, which is financial planning.
I'll second.
Okay. Rachel, Dr. Wesneski, second. Is there any discussion regarding the motion on the floor?
Yeah, can you tell the for the people who have not attended that meeting? Can you tell the public what that encompasses?
Yes, sir. Operational expectation 5 is a financial planning expectation, and it's really all about the budget. So as we're finalizing the budget for the 2022-23 school year, So I provided a one-page summary of some brief points about the fund balance position at the end of the prior year, as well as the projected fund balance as of the new year, and also discussions of the credit ratings being affirmed by Moody's at a AA rating and Standard & Poor's at a AA1, which is the best possible rating for our school district. Puts us in an excellent position for the bonds that we're issuing both this evening and the referendum bonds that were issued on previous board meeting with the best interest rates possible for our taxpayers. It discusses the tax anticipation note being decreased from $15 million to $7.5 million. And it displayed the dates of the meetings that we talked about the budget, and there were discussions held by the board and deliberations with the final vote on May 17th. With all of the details that were required in the operational expectation of reporting detailed revenue and expenditure information, as well as our budget assumptions, and they change along the way as the state finalizes their budget. As for the state's budget, they are still not finished. The vote has to still be recorded by the governor. So, of course, we build the budget with some preliminary information along the way. So we had multi-year reporting as required by the OE, and we reflected all the personnel positions that were in the budget, and very important that it reflected a balanced budget. So those were some of the main items, and it proposed a 4 mil increase to 125.6 operations mills, which affects the non-owner occupied folks, those that do not own a primary residence in our county. And so those were the basic information, and most importantly that 100% of the millage was increasing our teacher salaries. So that concludes the summary that was provided in the finance committee meeting, and
I'd just like to thank you, Ms. Crosby,
Yes,
for informing the public, and I think it's very informative that we go over some of those stuff, and I appreciate your dedication and your hard work for coming up here and showing the public that you're very knowledgeable in what you're asking us to approve. Thank
all
you
right,
for that.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, at this time, I'd like to call the vote on the motion that's on the floor. The motion is to accept the monitoring report of the OE financial report. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye, Chair.
Irwin, aye.
Goodrich, aye.
Okay.
Madam
Any
Ch-
opposed?
Madam-
Any abstentions? Okay, it's carried unanimous 10-0.
Madam Vice Chair, the third item is a recommendation from the Finance Committee to the full board that was passed in our Finance Committee meeting unanimously. And it states, I move that the Beaufort County Board of Education authorize the administration to bring the monthly transparency report, the $100,000 report, and the monthly board budget report to the Finance Committee on a monthly basis to be vetted and provided to the full board on the agenda in an appropriate manner.
Dr. Guatz?
I second the motion.
Madam Chair, what we want to do is try to make it a lot easier to go through these reports by allowing the committee to go line by line on those monthly reports. And if the committee finds anything in any one of those three reports that is of question, we would then report it in detail in the finance portion of the minutes of the upcoming school board meeting. Of course, if we found nothing, we would recommend that it would be put in the consent agenda. However, if even one of the committee members says that there's a question, it would not be put in the consent agenda. Also, if any member of the board during the meeting in the agenda part or agenda approval part of the meeting has a question or concern about any of the reports, that person could request, and it would be given, that committee report would be given during the committee process rather than stay in the consent agenda. And that was the reason why we are recommending this to the full board tonight.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions regarding the motion? Mr. Smith?
Can you give the history on why this was brought up? Because as to my recollection, is this brought to the full board now at this time?
Colonel Geyer?
This is the first time in my tenure that it's been brought before the full board to do this. But this is a very long and detailed report with all kinds of different, actually it's very much the same things every month. It's our utility bills. And our utility bills are like my utility bill. That's what we have to pay, and we pay it. But we have utility bills for every school, every different agency, and it's just line after line after line of utility reports. Occasionally, there's something else that comes on there that is of question. You know, why was this purchased? And we can ask Ms. Crosby in the committee meeting. She could say, this is why. And if the committee feels, well, that's legitimate, or if they have a question, they can say, we need more information, and we would then bring that up in detail at the full board meeting. But our own budget report changes very little every month, and the 100K report changes very little every month. It's also for the public. These reports are published and are put on our website. So any citizen that would like to look at that and go through the whole thing are welcome to do that. It's not like we're hiding it, but we're just trying to make these meetings go a little more efficiently and not last as long as it has been.
Excuse me. We have another question. We'll come back to you, Mr. Smith.
Well, actually, I was still in the process of processing my question, Madam Chair.
But I think you asked a question and he answered it.
Okay,
So let me come back to you.
Okay, well, actually, point of order, Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Stribinger?
No, point of order, Madam Chair. Can you tell me how we're going to proceed in questionings from here on?
Yes, we're
So
going to
can you
go
make a clarification?
one at a time.
So
okay?
one question per person.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I think this is a really good idea. These are reports that are pretty mundane, but every once in a while there's something there, and they are, as Colonel Geyer pointed out, they're subject to public scrutiny, so they could use that extra layer. And if you look back through our history, it's very seldom that we question anything in these reports. So I would have a good level of confidence that at least a group of us went through line by line, and there was nothing outstanding. That gives me a good level of confidence. I think it's a great idea.
Okay. Ms. Boatwright?
And sorry, can you hear me? It's my understanding too that any board member can participate in the finance meeting, can watch it before the full board meeting, can email Tanya questions, and anything that is brought to the full would be brought up in a full board meeting. So there's plenty of opportunities to participate in the process, right? Correct? Okay.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Smith?
And that's understandable, but my question was just what made the change from the full board meeting just into the finance committee. I was just, because I know the finance committee, I could possibly put these things on your agenda. I was just wondering what about this conversation, and how did this conversation get on way?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
This was something that was brought up at the committee. I believe I'm the one that brought it up and said, let's try to make our meetings more efficient. And the committee discussed it and made the recommendation that we do this, and that's why it's listed in the agenda tonight.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Anybody who's asked a question would like to ask another question? Okay, at this time, I'd like to call the call the question that's on the table, and it is that the Beaufort County Board of Education authorize the administration to bring, gosh, I can't, sorry. To bring the monthly transparency report, the 100K report, and the monthly budget report to the Finance Committee on a monthly basis to be vetted and provided to the full board on the agenda in an appropriate manner. Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, Chair, you got me?
I got you.
All right.
Okay. Ms. Fidrich? Okay. Unanimous, 10-0. Okay. Colonel Guyer?
That concludes the report, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we move on to the Legislative Committee.
Thank you, Vice Chair Robine. The Legislative Committee met last week. We do not have any board business action to bring forward. We did have our lobbyist, Lynn Stokes-Murray, at our meeting, and she gave us quite a bit of information over the course of about 30 minutes. And this was just as the General Assembly was letting out for the summer, so not everything was finalized yet. She was unable to make tonight's meeting, but she will be at our next board meeting, which is in July, and she will give a presentation to the full board and to the public. The next legislative meeting will probably be late summer, early fall. Our next step is to work on the legislative priorities that the board is going to put forth, probably documenting in a letter like we have done in the past. And Ms. Stokes-Murray said that she could help us with that, and a lot of the prior legislative priorities have been addressed this year by the legislators. So we probably are going to make some recommendations to the full board to modify it and update it. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Okay, next on our committee report is operations. Ms. Boatwright.
Thank you, Mrs. Vice Chair. We have two fairly substantial items coming out of operations for this meeting. The first thing that we are bringing forward is the motion to approve funding for our what we call our 8% projects. And as I said at the last meeting, the 8% projects we do those a year in advance. We look at, they're for capital improvement projects. They are not part of the general fund. They're not part of salaries. They are basically building maintenance, building improvement projects. Our board policy authorizes the school district to borrow up to $25 million a year against our maximum amount that's allowed, which is 8%. Colonel Gaw, correct me if I'm wrong, 8% of our assessed property values. All right, that's why they're called 8% projects. So this is a process that we have gone through. I've gone through it a couple times now, and basically the way our operations department handles this, like other districts, is we have a 10-year plan. It's called our 10-year capital improvement plan, which is also published on the website. The 10-year plan basically looks at all of our upcoming needs for the next 10 years for all 35 schools, and it's everything from band uniforms to painting to roof replacements, HVAC, vehicles. So as you can imagine, it's a substantial list of projects. And then the operations committee basically whittles it down for what we need to do next summer, so a year from now. Because we also call it summer work, because we tend to do a lot of this when schools are closed for summer. So our past process has been to evaluate, sort of line by line, a list of projects that are recommended, some of them which are as big as a couple $1 million for a roof replacement, some of them that are as small as $14,000 for some repair work to an area. What we found in looking at this too is that there's not a lot of flexibility. Sometimes things have to change. Money has to come out of one bucket to deal with something more emergent that's come up. So we have commissioned, the district has commissioned a facilities assessment where basically they went around and looked at a majority of the schools and did an in-depth assessment of the needs, took pictures, documented. The level of detail is really impressive. They gave us a preview of it at Operations Committee meeting. The full report's going to be ready sometime in the next month, 6 weeks, something like that. And basically, it will have every HVAC unit, an assessment of the roof, looking at furniture, looking at floors, identifying problems, and then they're putting all that data into a database program. And it will allow them to assess which schools. They categorize it by poor or need replacement, fair or monitor, good condition. I'm forgetting the fourth one. Shout it out, Carol. Do you remember? 4 levels, basically, from we got to replace this right away to everything's fine. Okay. And then they've got it broken down by mechanical, roof, plumbing, all these different categories. So as we started going through our 8% projects, we started to realize there was a little bit of excessive detail that the board was being presented with. We were being asked to make decisions if this project for $25,000 was more important than this project, and was this project worth the expenditures? And we don't really have, at least the board members that were there in our committee didn't feel like we could really make those decisions, and we would prefer more of an executive style summary of what the needs were for the district. So we expect that we'll have an executive style. In fact, we have kind of a rough draft of one now coming out of the facilities assessment that will say we need to spend $3.2 million on air conditioning. We need to spend $1 million on furniture. It'll break it down by category. And that basically we won't have to get into the exact amount of every project. And I just want to share, you talking about the finance. So we get those quarterly finance things, and they're 161 pages. And what I just learned was that in that is actually broken down all the spending we are doing. So there is already a high level of transparency on what money we are actually spending. So we don't need to approve every single dollar that the operations department wants to spend. We need to approve the general executive level of what's being spent. So all that aside, what we're bringing just for today, because we haven't completed that process, we're going to meet again in August with the full results of the facilities condition assessment and that database. But right now we are asking the board to approve $25 million per our policy for capital improvements. And the motion is on the table or on the board, so I'll go ahead and make that motion. I move that the Operations Committee recommend to the full board the fiscal year 2024 8% capital projects executive summary as presented in an amount not to exceed $25 million using 8% capital funds.
Okay. Sorry, I think Mel Campbell beat you to it, Ms. Vidrich.
I'm hogging his microphone.
Okay. Comments? Yes. Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I have a couple questions, and I appreciate the executive summary because I know how much work goes into this, and you guys have spent a lot of time combing through the projects. My question is in regard to inflation and the numbers that are projected here. How confident are we that these numbers are going to support the work that's all included on this list? Sorry, Robert.
Our Chief of Operations will field that question. He's coming to the stand now.
I would say, no one can predict the future, but with some level of confidence, we do feel like we can do all these projects. And one of the things that it may mean on, as far as HVAC, is you may have to change the number, or in certain areas if the funding due to inflation has gotten where we can't do all we wanted to do before. So we will stay within the budgets for all of these numbers.
Great. Anybody else? Okay, Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So my understanding is with this new setup, the way that we have them summarized is that it's basically by asset type or by project type, and you're going to allocate funds to specific sites and areas where that project will be completed. So how are we prioritizing if inflation does cause us to have to pull back things? How are we prioritizing our sites?
Well, that's based on the facilities condition assessment that Ms. Boatwright was talking about and the ratings of each of each location. And then also, you know, as our standard process goes, we look at what schools we're closing and we try to get as much done in one building as possible. So, you know, if both are, let's just say, need to be replaced and one building's closed, we're going to focus on the building that's closed first.
Okay. And then I do see something where it says additions under unclassified for 275,000. Where are those being planned?
Ooh,
Does that mean site additions or?
may I call Kevin? Or are you online? Can you address the additions question?
Sorry about that, took me a minute to find my mouse, it kind of ran away on me. But the additions parts is those that are undefined, that still have to be funded. And you're showing in here where you've got casework, doors, equipment, replacement, FF&E, but you're not showing the band equipment and things like that, the unclassified.
So additions doesn't mean actual site additions. It just means kind of
No, ma'am.
miscellaneous.
Ms. Boatright.
This is an ongoing discussion we're having in operations, and it will continue in August. We are, right now, what I wanted to just kind of limit the motion to is what is needed for the bond sales that's coming up to $25 million. This list is representing sort of a rough draft, but we're still, when we get that facilities condition assessment, I think there's going to be a lot more of the discussions of how we prioritize and how we use the FCA, facilities condition assessment correctly, you know, to the best advantage. So that's why I was kind of trying to keep the motion to just the amount, understanding that there's a process behind it, and we're not just blindly authorizing the money. And then we're going to continue to refine this when the FCA comes in.
Let's see, Mr. Smith?
Can you elaborate when you said that we're just authorizing it for right now? Because I would hate to piece it together. That's kind of what it sounds like. You know, normally I used to put operations committee, when people bring 8% projects to you, and we vote on it, and that's 8% project for the year, and that's a done deal. So is that still the? Is that still the understanding that I'm having, or is it? Are you saying that it will be more discussion in reference to 8%? Because from my understanding, once we vote on 8%, then that's the end of 8% for that year.
Ms. Boatright?
May I take it?
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the philosophy here is when we started this process, we had $90 million in projects. And then we did whittle it down to what we have here is a $25 million list. One of the things that the operations committee discussed was wanting to possibly fine tune that list. So and then as Ms. Boatright alluded to, all the projects will be listed in an expense. And one of the things we're going to be working on is a reporting procedure to come to the operations committee on a monthly basis, like we do with the construction update, and update what projects are being done in what order, so that the board's always aware, even if they funded one thing, that if it's held off, what the reasons are and what the schedule is looking like.
Ms. Boatright?
All we are required to do, going to the state legislature, and I don't know if Ms. Heiser's still here, but is authorize $25 million, and it just has to be for capital improvement projects. In the past, when we've done this very itemized, line-by-line authorization, what you find out is sometimes things change. Sometimes projects aren't needed, sometimes they need to get more expensive. So we were kind of trying to move away from the very specific, you're going to put in $7,000 worth of rubber stair protectors at this school, and get more into safety and security upgrades in the amount of $250,000 throughout the district. The prioritizing part we are still going to have discussions about, and in August when we get the full FCA. But right now we do need to get to authorize the bond sales. The policy is $25 million. We are authorizing capital improvement projects, but we are not doing the level of specificity that we've done in the past.
Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you, Mr. Irwin. I think an important conversation in the operations committee was what the board's role is under our governance. I thought, and And Ms. Boatwright nailed it when she said our job is to set high-level priorities, and then the administration's job is to do the things necessary to fit those priorities instead of going through and deciding whether this bathroom needed to be upgraded, or because as a board we don't have the expertise to know that. And I thought that was a really important thing that came out of that meeting, that we're going to set high-level priorities, and then administration will deliver to those priorities. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Absolutely. And also, so my next question will be, and one of my concerns are, it's okay to allocate a large amount of money and let them do their job, but as board members, we do have a responsibility to understand what is being spent and what is it being spent on in terms of tax dollars. So my question is, I just can't go out there and give someone the authority to go spend $250,000. There needs to be some type of direction, and so my question will be, what is the process of letting us know how the money was spent and what the money was spent for, so that there's a checks and balance system? What's the process of that? That's my question.
Ms. Boatwright?
Mr. Otting alluded to that. He's going to be giving a much more robust reporting to the Operations Committee as the projects are, just like we do with construction projects, as the projects are finalized, encumbered, and the money is spent. In addition to which, like I said, I didn't realize that at page 147 of 161 is an itemized listing of every dollar spent under 8%, where it went and what it was for. So he is going to give us, again, to use the term executive summary, but he will give us a report on a regular basis. I would say monthly, but we haven't totally nailed down the details, but roughly somewhere around the monthly range of how that money is actually being spent. We're just not going to approve all of it in specific amounts in a year in advance. But we are going to know how every dollar is being spent.
Mr. Smith?
And I hear what you're saying, but coming from experience of the Operations Committee and been through this process for the last 3 years of my term on this board, I would just say I'm not comfortable with doing it this way, because the fact of, for one, it's not about us telling, because actually we didn't really have much to do with it. Mostly they were meeting, the administration was meeting with principals and staff and determining what need to be done in what building, and there was a time frame. So therefore they knew that if they had a leaking roof at Battery Creek High School, that the leaking roof would be fixed. It would be on the next 8% project, the next go around. That next time around they would get on it. And also, that also let us knew, it also gave us a kind of understanding of what projects were being done and how things were being looked at, and also how the money was being spent. So we had some type of idea. Now is just when they bring it to us, then it's okay, and that's what the money was used for. You know, so I'm a little unease in terms of the change that we're making, and I mean, it's almost, I can almost ask the same question I asked in the last finance. You know, what brought this change on? Because I remember at the meeting stating that we had already came up with a comprehensive way of doing this prior to being on this committee, versus which that allowed the administration to bring forth a very comprehensive list of what they saw that need to be done, and when they saw it needs to be done without us getting involved, that was already there. It seems like we are redirecting the staff to do something totally different, to say that, hey, we want to be hands off totally. I mean, we are here to work with the staff, and also we are here to have accountability on taxpayers' money and understand exactly what's being spent. So I am a little concerned that we're changing the format, and also understanding when it's being done, and understanding the time frame, versus someone just coming and telling us, okay, this is what we did, kind of rubber stamping it. So I'm a little concerned. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Smith, would you like to make an amendment to the motion?
If I wanted to make an amendment, I'll make an amendment. I just stated that I'm
Okay.
not going to support it. Thank you,
right.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? Okay, at this time, I'd like to call the vote. I do want to remind everyone that, oh, Earl, sorry.
Yes, I haven't seen any change as far as 8%, how we spend it. Once the job is complete, they come back to the board and let you know. So, you know, I don't understand that. I haven't seen any change, you know. Now, maybe you may say, we've been doing this for years. So, you know, sure, there's going to be some project that we're not going to be able to do because we don't have the funds. You have to understand that. But I think the most serious project that we need to get done, we do it now and then go back later. You know, that's just my goal on this. Thank you.
All right, prior to the vote, I would just like to make a comment. I think it's, for the first time since I've been on the board, we will have the, a facility assessment that will be very important in driving and helping determine the importance of the projects. I think that's a major key. And again, this vote is to, you know, we have to go out for the bonds. We have to do it now. So that's what this vote does. It gives us permission to go seek the bonds. So at this time, I would like to call the question on the motion that's on the floor for the approval of the fiscal year 2024 8% capital project summary in an amount not to exceed $25 million. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Goodrich, aye.
Okay.
Signature aye.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
I will say no to this motion.
Okay, thank you. It is 9 yes and 1 no.
Item number 2. We have the construction update, and is it Mr. Okay, Mr. Corbin's online to do that.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the May 31st executive construction update. I see Robin's already pulled it up, so I'll jump right on in. As I've been reporting now for quite some time, unprecedented increases in material costs, supply chain disruptions, and an increasingly tight labor market continue to be experienced in our building program. Moving forward to slides 5 and 6 for Battery Creek High School. There's a total of 2 yellow traffic lights that appear in this month's project updates. This is 1 less traffic light from what was reported the month prior. For Battery Creek High School on slides 5 and 6, there's need for a yellow light on this project due to the continued schedule concerns due to various material delays that are listed on slides 6 and 7. The other project that has the yellow lights is Robert Smalls International Academy. That's slides 8 and 9. And the yellow traffic light there is associated with continued schedule concerns that I've been reporting on for the electrical switchgear delays. That switchgear is scheduled now to ship on April 13th of next year. So the whole team is continuing to focus on solutions to that challenge, and I'm confident that we can come up with a solution to keep Robert Smalls International Academy moving forward. Moving on in the executive update, if we go to slide 52, Robin, talk briefly about the St. Helena Elementary School gym renovation slide there. That's up on the screen now. You'll see on the right there, that's a rendering of one of 2 options that we are exploring. This is option A. That's the entry vestibule that you see there, flanked by the yellow columns with the canopy on the left-hand side. And just prior to the meeting, I got confirmation that option B, which is a revision to this for an entry canopy, Those construction documents are scheduled to be received prior to close of business this Friday, June 24th. Once we have the construction documents, the construction manager will then provide us with GMP proposals for both options. And once we've reviewed those, we will bring those to the board as soon as possible to go over the costs associated with those options and see what the direction of the board is to proceed with either of those options. Moving on to project closeouts, 8% capital projects. We're down to remaining project closeouts. So there's one that remains for FY 2018, 8% capital project funds, and there's 6 2019 commitments. Going to slides 68 and 69, we've got information in the report associated with our closeouts for the referendum projects. We have seen progress on these 2 slides. We're now reporting a total of 10 project closeouts that have been completed to date. And for the 3 that are on the report for closeout purposes, the yellow lights there, they're just down to the final payment. They didn't get paid due to a concern last month, but we fully expect those to be paid in the month of June. Project closeouts do continue to be addressed on a weekly basis with all the project managers. Other item to update, referendum financial expenditures now through the end of May, now total $133,406,906. And if we could go to slide 81, Robin, talk a little bit about our community outreach activities that are taking place on slide 81. There you go. Hilton Head Island Middle School groundbreaking ceremony has begun to be coordinated for that major project. We anticipate that to take place in early August. Once those details have been finalized, we'll share updates just as soon as possible. For the 2 projects, Hilton Head Island Middle School and Hilton Head Island High School, we do have a meeting scheduled to take place on July 29th at the Boys and Girls Club. Once we have the time for that locked in, you'll see an email also being shared with that time for that meeting with the Boys and Girls Club. And then lastly, the Hilton Head Island High School, you see there on the screen in front of you. There's 3 renderings that we provided into the report associated with that future major project at Hilton Head Island High School. And you see there at the bottom, this is a link to the district's website where you can actually have access to a 10-minute presentation overview video that the architect put together for that future project. So for those that are interested, that link is there so that it can be followed and you can watch that video and receive that updated information at your convenience. So that concludes my executive update for this evening.
Ms. Boatwright?
That is the conclusion of the Operation Committee report. I wanted to say thank you to everybody who came out and listened to, has stayed, because usually they come out and then as soon as the awards are announced, everyone hits the road. So this is exciting because I do think this is really important stuff that sometimes people can overlook. So I very much appreciate that. Our next meeting is going to be on July 6th, I believe. We've confirmed that? Okay. July 6th, and it is going to be focused on some of the human resource issues that are being brought up and some of the things that the district is doing. So it'll just be focused on that. And then we have another facilities-themed meeting to review the FCA in August. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you. I just had one question that it comes from the executive summary that you had that had the original motion on it that we disposed of a moment ago. There's at the bottom of the second page, it has an additional summary table that's asking for approval of $6 million from unused fiscal year 2017-2018 8% funds. Is that going to be a future motion?
Yes, there's been conversation about those funds. If and how we use those funds, we'll bring that forward to the board.
Okay, I
That
just
is
wanna make
not
sure we
part
didn't
of
miss
the.
anything
That's
tonight.
on top of the 25 million, so that's extra. That's
Yeah.
not part of it.
Thank you.
Okay, so next on the agenda, superintendent's report.
Thank you, Ms. Robine. This evening, in the superintendent's report, we have items related to student achievement, highly qualified teachers and administrators, fiscal responsibility, and other matters. So the first item is under student achievement and summer programming. Dr. Stratos is going to walk us through our summer programming information for you this evening.
Good evening, Chairman Stribinger and board members. Tonight I bring forward information on our summer programs and am joined virtually by Ganelle Danzler, our Director of Extended Learning and Community, Karen McKinsey, Secondary Director of Teaching and Learning, and Melissa Murray, our Director of Literacy. This presentation is a composite of a series of narratives, videos, and pictures. In order to keep with the nature of the presentation, I ask that we are able to hold our questions to the very end, and at this point, I want to thank you in advance. Mrs. Cushenberry, if we can go ahead with the first video, I'll start my narrative. I'd like to bring your attention to our Magnet Schools Assistance Program camp. You'll see a video shortly. One of BCSD's, Beaufort County School District's, educational goals is to provide a personalized learning.
Elementary and middle school students are taking
Is to provide a personalized learning approach for each student that will prepare them to graduate as competitive citizens in the global society and career marketplace of the 21st century. This vision comes to fruition through the Magnet Schools Assistance Program grant, which with activities provide evidence-based, whole school, STEAM, arts integration, magnet program approach to teaching and learning. As a reminder, the Magnet program serves two areas of our district, Whale Branch Cluster and Beaufort High, Ladies Island, and Beaufort Middle School, as well as Mossy Oak Elementary School. The grant is designed to provide BCSD students learning opportunities within two magnet themes of pre-med and biomedical sciences at Beaufort High, and a technology magnet theme with academics of cybersecurity, computer science, and network engineering at the Whale Branch Cluster. Mrs. Cushenberry, if you can go ahead, please.
part of the MedTech 7 Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Math Summer Camp.
One of the things I'm truly excited about with this camp is the name of it, AI Games, which stands for Artificial Intelligence and Arts Integration coming together. And why is it important for artificial intelligence, technology, and arts integration to come together? Because that's exactly what MedTech 7 is, arts integration with medical and cyber and technology.
That 5-day camp offers 4 STEAM-based courses for students to explore.
What we hope the students will take from this experience is that they'll have an opportunity to take real-world problems and try to solve those using technology, and then the problem-solving loop system that we've set up to talk to the kids about and how they can generate ideas and solutions for problems that are real-world problems. And then also we're integrating the IT and technology and coding using our iPads and everything else that we can think of to try to create these awesome projects.
There's a drone class where students are learning more than just how to fly.
The hardest thing that I've done is the coding part. The coding is really hard because you need to get the measurements and like the distance of the drone that has to be. And the easiest part was kind of controlling it with a remote type of electronic that goes where you want it to go.
Students are also making their own cardboard instruments and are learning coding through music.
We're learning about microbits, and we're learning we're gonna make an instrument and play music. And I'm just looking for some good music to make. You have to code your microbit to do different things. Like you can code it to make different type of music and stuff.
Or students are creating and coding their own fitness devices.
I liked doing the Fitbit because of the microbits and just doing the codes. And on the Fitbit, I'm having me count steps and how many sips of water I drink each day.
Take one. And a group of kids are working together, producing a video about the camp, showcasing their drama and technology skills.
I can get pictures from online to put it on the green screen, and someone can get on the green screen, but we can't go past the light green.
More than 100 students took part in the camp.
When kids leave the camp, there's two things I want them to always remember. One, the bond of friendship and teamwork that we've established here. That's super important when moving forward. And then the other is the use of technology and how technology can always enhance the arts as well as academic learning.
The MedTech 7 STEAM Summer Camp was held at Beaufort High and Will Branch Middle Schools. For the Beaufort County School District, Ron Lopes.
To note that this camp has serviced 115 students from two separate sites, Beaufort High and Whale Branch Middle School. 17 teachers received 3 days of intensive professional development in arts integration, applied technologies, and AI in order to execute this initiative. At the end of the camp, there were 2 culminating activities were conducted, a collective video from both locations, as well as a large opportunity to go on a field trip to Station 300 for bowling. STEAM lessons and fun was executed for our kids. The next video you're going to see is on CISA Camp. CISA stands for the Sea Island School for the Arts. It is a summer program developed to provide advanced learning, innovative learning in the arts, opportunities for gifted and talented students who are identified by the South Carolina Department of Education's regulations and serves our artistically gifted students through a summer-sponsored district camp. Participating students are in grades 3 through 8, and services in the areas of visual and performing arts are provided. There were 2 locations. This is the first for Beaufort County. One was at Beaufort Middle. The second was at Bluffton High, and I'm correct that it was Beaufort High and Bluffton Middle. Mrs. Cushenberry, if you can go ahead with the next video.
Focusing on the arts this summer, young artists from across the district are building on their artistic abilities by taking part in the Sea Island School for the Arts Summer Camp.
Since it is the one opportunity, kind of like the capstone kind of opportunity for students who are artistically gifted and talented. So it's a way for them to come and step up their skills in a more high level environment and explore areas of their artistry that they don't get to during the school year.
12 classes are being offered at 2 locations during the 4-day camp. Here at Beaufort High School, students have the opportunity to explore the arts through dance, drama, and more.
I basically took this to help me with my technique and to have fun and to express myself in dance.
The course is scripted stage, meaning that we are, all the kids in there are going to write a script and we are going to put it on for people in the camp. And I wanted to take it because theater has been one of my very many passions. It's just super fun for me. I get to go on stage. I don't even have to be myself. I just have to be whatever's on the script, and it's super fun.
Here at Bluffton Middle School, students are learning new art techniques as they create work inspired by the beauty of South Carolina.
Well, we're focusing on the low country and we're making bars, which are basically where you have a smooth surface and then it's slightly raised as you add layers. I did a crane, and I did it because I think that they're very pretty. They're very majestic animals, and you can find them very commonly in the marshes in the low country.
Students are also getting creative as they challenge their percussion skills.
I've never actually played percussion on buckets. I find that very cool. I've learned how to keep better in tempo and more like getting better at dynamics, and I'm hoping to just get better at being a percussionist.
The classes are being taught by district educators as well as professional artists. About 175 students, currently in 3rd through 8th grade, are taking part in the camp. For the Beaufort County School District, Ron Lopes.
And to note at this camp, some of the sessions for our students is Disney Do-It-Yourself, bedroom design makeovers, Star Wars universe, dance, one-act plays, digital media and video productions, and as you saw, the art of the low country. The next video that you will see is from our elementary summer intervention program. The driving factor for elementary summer program is to first provide intervention for elementary third grade students who fall within South Carolina's Act 284, the Read to Succeed Act, that requires a student must be retained in the third grade if he or she fails to demonstrate reading proficiency at the end of the third grade, as indicated by scoring at the lowest achievement level on the State Summative Reading Assessment, SC Ready. This law came into effect with the beginning of the 2017-2018 academic school year and requires third grade intervention for participating students focused upon word recognition, with emphasis upon phonological awareness, phonics, language comprehension, sentence comprehension, written expression, vocabulary, and higher level reasoning ability and inferential skills. Mrs. Cushenberry, the video, please.
Rocking out for summer reading. Several rising first through fifth grade students are at elementary schools across the district taking part in the extended year summer reading program. Here at Red Cedar Elementary, the school is taking a musical approach to help students build on their literacy skills.
The theme is Reading is My Jam. The students have spent a long time in school, and now they're here again in the summer, and there has to be something to look forward to each day. And we hope it will be new instruments and new ways of looking at reading, and nearly all of the texts that we have for them have some sort of music involved.
The 15-day program focuses on improving students' reading and writing skills.
The Elementary Summer Reading Program is the opportunity for schools to invite students back for a little bit of extended time in the summer to read, to write, to enjoy books, and to be together to refine their practices and have a really great time with reading and writing.
Students will also be given the books they're reading in class, so they can take those books home with them and continue to read all summer long.
So each week in summer reading, students will receive one book. The book is an informational text. It's based off of things that they would be learning in the classroom, but they're beautiful, they're well written, and so students have the opportunity to engage with it all week with their teacher, and then they get to take it home so they can continue to read it over the summer. They can read it to their friends, they can read it to siblings and their parents. So the hope is that they keep reading all summer long.
More than 1,200 students from across the district are participating in the extended year summer reading program at Red Cedar Elementary School, Ron Lopes, Beaufort County School District.
And not to be outdone by elementary grades, I want to note that our secondary programs service approximately 960 students in grades 6 through 12. Emphasis was placed upon course and credit recovery requirements for students to advance to the next grade or for the purpose of high school graduation. A total of 10 secondary sites are operating during the summer. All students in summer learning programs are provided with transportation and summer meals. It is important to note that the summer school program provides full access to all students, including our students with individual educational plans and or individualized language acquisition plans, as some of you may know as an ILAP. This is in accordance with the U.S. Department of Education Office of Civil Rights. At this time, I'd like to take a moment, if you could look at the screen. And this was a communication just for me to share with you. It's our first year in quite some time for Beaufort County. We had also a language maintenance program for our multilingual students. We serviced 120 students in this model this year. And this was a thank you to the district and for those who made the decision to provide this opportunity for our newcomers to the district. This is out of our Bluffton High School cluster. This program has serviced 120 students, and it is based on best practices and building content and language proficiency for our newcomers to the country. At this time, I'd like to cross over and ask, we have Ganelle Davis, our director for extended learning. I'm going to give you a quick preview of some of the items we're doing, and Mrs. Danzler will be here for questions. This summer, we are also extending learning opportunities amongst our community partnership for students who are not required to attend summer programs. There are 8 not-for-profit organizations and churches who are partnering with BCSD. in this extended learning opportunity for our kids north and south of the Broad. Each partner has a signed memorandum of agreement and meets necessary insurance requirements as well as requested documents as outlined in the MOA appendices to include the certificate of insurance. I want to share with you that our participating partners are working with a total of about approximately 172 students. We have 8 locations, and if you can go to the next slide, Mrs. Cushenberry. Mrs. Dansley, if you'd like to go ahead and give some description of what we are sharing with our board and our public this evening.
Sure. So as a part of the summer enrichment program, part of that program, the kids, they participate in field trips on Thursdays. So every Thursday, there is an educational field trip. We want them to have some fun as well. So because we have so many kids that are involved in the summer enrichment program, we can't take them all at the same location at the same time. So I've had to arrange the field trips according to the size of the groups. So this slide here features a session at the Maritime Center. And at the Maritime Center, they had featured exhibits, live animals, as well as indoor and outdoor hands-on educational opportunities. The students were given a unique understanding of their complex coastal environment, and the students were enlightened by an array of topics to include fish, underwater, soundscape, dolphins, shorebirds, water quality, geology, and land use. The students were engaged in discussions on how to better understand and protect this resource in the heart of the Low Country. And I think that what was really neat about this trip, as well as the other trip, is just the exposure. A lot of our kids, of course, have never been to the Maritime Center, didn't know it existed. So I think that this was a good experience for our kids that are in an extended learning program for the summer. The Maritime Center, their maximum number of students that they can hold there is 60. So at our first trip, we had a total of 56 students at the Maritime Center. We are planning another trip there on June 30th for some additional students to go to the Maritime Center as well.
If you can go to the next slide. Thank you, Mrs. Cushenberry.
So here, the children had an opportunity, and there were 3 sites that went to the Kazoo Factory. The students had a short video presentation, a kazoo demonstration, a walkthrough of the Kazoo Factory with an explanation of everything that works. They also had an opportunity to make their own kazoos. And after they visited the Kazoo Factory, they were transported to Kitchen Point Park to have some playtime and to have lunch. At the Kazoo Factory, with the noise that was there, I think the chaperones pulled all the kazoos from all the kids until they went to the Kitchen Point. So there was quite a bit of noise at the Kazoo Factory that day when they were there.
If you could proceed, please. Thank you.
Okay, so here we had 2 of our largest sites at the bowling alley, which there were about 52 students from 2 of the sites. So we have a site from Bluffton, the Bluffton Community Soup Kitchen, as well as St. Paul Baptist Church there. So they had an opportunity to meet and greet with some of the other students that came from Bluffton and the students that came from St. Paul. So this is really just a day of fun bowling for the kids. They were able to eat lunch at the bowling alley, and they just enjoyed the time that they had at the bowling alley.
Next slide.
And here's just a group of students that attend the St. Paul Baptist Church Summer Enrichment Program.
And before we go to the next slide, I just want to add our visitation day. We will have the Maritime Center also visiting our sites, and we are planning additional college visitation tours for our 8 groups. So just wanted to share that as well. Next slide, all yours, Mrs. Dantzler.
Okay, so this young man, he attends the Scott Community Center on St. Helena. And one of the teachers there sent me this video, and I thought it was just really amazing because they are really engaged. Truly, truly engaged, and when you listen to the video, you can tell, you'll be able to tell how serious they are about education and what they're doing at the Scott Community Center.
Are you able to get it to activate? No. Okay. It's not my computer, so I can't.
Oh, okay.
I do apologize that you're not able to have it activated. I will get it to you, board members, because this young man actually created a song about being involved, being smart, and how cool it is to be smart and cool to be in school. And that he's going to do the right thing, and he's going to be strong and go forward, and that he's an eagle. And I had to share that because it's absolutely adorable.
He's a risk taker, is what he says.
Yes, and it's to take his risk at learning. So in closing, I finally want to recognize personnel who have made these summer opportunities occur. From our transportation, food service, operational personnel, school support personnel, teachers, and school administrators. Thank you. These learning opportunities and experiences are the result of exceptional professional dedication by BCSD staff and are provided to our school community free of charge. I'd like to share that these are predominantly paid for through Esser. We're utilizing the funding as much as possible for extended learning through our division. Where Esser does not permit us to utilize for maybe some food, our ISD division is also helping with these opportunities for our students. So thank you for your letting us bring this forward.
Dr. Stratos or Yanel, can you provide the board a brief update on where we are with the Bluffton programs? Because I think that was one of the questions that prompted this item on the agenda. So can you share with them any progress on or where we are with the extended learning in Bluffton?
Sure, so the Bluffton Community Soup Kitchen, that's one of the sites that's operating this summer and participating in this summer enrichment program. Currently, they have 25 students that are enrolled at the summer enrichment program in Bluffton. Those students come from MC Riley, Red Cedar, Hilton Head School of Performing Arts. So they kind of expand throughout Bluffton. And Hilton Head, one of the things about the extended learning program is that the response was huge. So we actually had to start a waiting list for the summer enrichment program. But currently the Bluffton Soup Kitchen is active and up and running. And they are just as engaged as the centers that operated after school in the fall.
Thank you very much.
And Dr. Rodriguez, just to share, as we roll into the next academic school year, our goal is to extend learning opportunities south of the broad end to reignite partnerships we've had here within the island, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I think we have a question?
Yep.
No? Okay.
Questions? I will start here and go right around.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
I'm number one.
Yeah.
So I'm a little confused on the number of students, because as from a board member perspective, you said 960 students were in the secondary and high school program, were being served. And I think 120 is what you said for the language.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm relying on the teacher over here to write it down. But then there was a slide that said, like, on average for the language thing, 10 to 12 children are actually coming on a daily basis. And I know, so from my experience with Boys and Girls Club, that it's rotating. Kids don't come every single day. But what they report to the board is average daily attendance, number of people enrolled, waiting list. And do we have those numbers somewhere?
So yes, part of our requirement to the federal government is our Esser coding. Students, if they are not active, after 3 absences, we are having the students removed, and the families can always re-enroll. But that's for our enrichment programs. We do have an attendance requirement tied to summer school.
No, I'm just wondering what's our average daily attendance? Like, how many people are we serving?
I haven't put that together completely. I do have tables, but I wasn't aware, obviously. I could get that information to you.
Sorry, that's, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mel Campbell, any questions?
I'll say that I'll piggyback on Ms. Boatwright's. We need to have a much more comprehensive hands-on how many students we are servicing, and are those the targeted students that need the support. I noticed a number of the initiatives were either the funded med tech, cyber security numbers, and advanced art, or gifted and talented art, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't see where and other than Ms. Danster's program there, I don't see where we're getting the numbers. And I had the experience over the summer of trying to find facilities for some students for summer schools or summer camps or whatever they call them. It became glaringly clear to me that there are students out there that are not being serviced, and we're not partnering with the components of the community that can do some things to add the service. One of the people concerned said to me that they can't get students or facilitators to help out with the summer camps. And months ago we recommended that we try to do some things as a school board to recruit our summer school students and our top students in our schools to work in the summer camps, and college students that are coming back to work in the camps. But there's no reason why we can't create a lot more robust facilitation for students during the summer months. I mean, if you got a waiting list of 200 students at the Boys and Girls Club of Hilton Head, there is a problem that we ought to be able to do some things to address. And I'm not even thinking what's north of the Broad or what's in Bluffton in terms of those students unserved. So, I mean, we need to have a hands-on how many students we're servicing, who they are, and how we can better serve. Because the Esser funds, it's going to run out eventually, and if we misuse it, target the wrong people, then we're going to be right where we are with no funds. So I'm concerned.
May I? So just to bring forward that this year we were servicing for academic purposes between elementary and secondary approximately 2,100 students. That's about 200 more students than last year. The elementary programs are open for students who are obviously for third grade for retention purposes, and the principals pull on our students who are not meeting academic performance as based on SC Ready, but it is open and an invitation for all students for the summer program. So that's approximately 2,100 students there. The additional camps we put into place this year is just over 400 students more that we're working with. I have to share that the staffing and recognizing that our teachers, and we have curriculum writing teams happening, we only have so many personnel that we are able to help. And that is one of the reasons in reality, as Mr. Campbell has brought forward, so thank you, being able to have the employees in order to service our students.
I think one of the challenges, as Dr. Straddles, as you were putting together staffing around this, that became obvious was that we hear all the time about teachers leaving the profession and shortage, right, and burnout. Okay, some of them need the time in the summer to refresh and re-energize to be ready and available in August when we come back. And so that's just it's just a reality, right? I mean, that's something that they face, and some choose to work in the summer, and some just choose to need a break for a little bit so they can be ready to go in August. I mean, so we're constantly recruiting and constantly trying to work at it. But I think that was one of the challenges you encountered, was the staffing piece.
Yes, it was, sir.
Continuing up the line, Dr. Glantz.
Yeah, I would just also echo what's been said. I think we greatly need to expand what we're offering south of the Broad, especially in Bluffton. That's where the highest concentration of our students are. And I was also wondering for that gifted and talented art music program, I believe you said the two locations were both north of the Broad?
No, ma'am. One is Beaufort Middle. The second was
Oh, yeah, that's
Bluffton
right.
Middle.
Yeah, you
It was the first that we've had 2 locations. Normally, the school district has alternated north to south, north to south. Our division is trying to have it on both sides of the river, ma'am, to give accessibility.
Yeah, no, that sounds great. That seems very good. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I think what we need to do, the students that Mel is talking about, we need to work with USCB and see if they cannot help us. I understand teachers have burnout, but we have a lot of college students who be willing to come into every community and help our young people. So I think that's what we need to do. Thank you.
Wait, Mr. Smith?
First off, let me start off by saying thanks to Dr. Rodriguez. Thank you, Dr. Stratos, for bringing information, important information, because I've had several people in the community that says, only thing y'all do at board meetings is talk about finances. Where do certain schools rank? What's going on in schools? This has been something that is tangible and people need to know and want to know, because the board said that one of their number one goal is the achievement gap, or the achievement gap, basically said. But so with this information that you brought us today is meaningful, it's comprehensive, and it's a daggone start. I applaud you for that. I appreciate the effort, and I appreciate us for you coming forward and telling us how you're spending Esser funds, what's going on. I thank you for that. I really appreciate you and your staff, Dr. Rodriguez, and for coming and telling us meaningful information that this is what the people in the community, this is what they want to know. Because as a board member, when they ask me, Mrs. Smith, what's the rank does so-and-so school have? What's the learning going on there? I can tell them more the finances than that. And that's part of my job too. That does matter. In terms of what I hear, Mr. Campbell, I hear what other in terms of some of what my colleagues said. You know what it really comes down to? We can go to USCB. Heck, we can go to Columbia. But the problem is that it has to start right here at the top. The board members. The board members are selected by community members. We have to reach back to the community and put our time in and see what partnerships are out there and how can we as well bring some of these partners to the district. Because I know it's effective. I believe it's effective. I've even seen one of our board members who have done it in certain other components of this district. So once again, leadership have to come back. We have to stop the separation in this hierarchy. And until we do that, then we're going to continuously run into some of these problems that we're running into, because we are all one. If we all really want the learning gap to be worked on and utilize of these Esser funds, it's going to take every single body from this body and down this hierarchy to work together to make an effort to make this happen. So my question is, how really seriously are we? What are we willing to do as a body to bridge the gap between the community and the administration to help initiate some of this? Because we all have to put something in there. And I'm saying we do hire administration and we do have a superintendent. But we've got to take some ownership in it too, and allow some people to do some work too, because there's some everyone don't want to see some success, and I'm gonna go ahead and I mean just that. So until we get there, then we're gonna catch some of the hell we're catching in this district. Point blank. Period. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Mr. Mel Campbell?
I was not being critical of what has been done. I'm just trying to look forward to what the future should look like in Beaufort County, particularly in the summer school initiatives. And I encourage us to explore the idea of using our accelerated teenagers and young adults to support our programs, because that's where you're gonna create your future teachers of America. And until we get on that agenda, we're not gonna have a community of new teachers coming through and do explorations. Those student leaders are a big part of where we should be going. And I'm encouraging that. I know teachers are burnt out, but the big thing is how many high school students are going to work for McDonald's and other places for the same wages that we could offer at the district level. And that's something that I'm, almost imploring you to look into as the time goes on. I think you can create cadets that are future teachers of America, and we have teacher cadet programs in our schools already. Those people should be working with students during the summer months. And it don't have to be at their grade level, it could be a lower level. But those are things that we need to look at.
Any other comments? Mr. Smith?
And just to understand and process what you're saying, Mr. Campbell, I do understand what you're saying, because in the terms of that, that's why it's important for us to work together, because we do have retired educators. When our teachers are burned out, then we have to address and jump to a different pocket of people. But we have to create a relationship to want to keep those pockets of people who are running from the districts when it's time to retirement, to be willing to come back to the district to help in teaching, aid our kids. So no, I understand you. I understand what you're saying, because to some degree it has to have a conversation to be able to say, hey, we do have retired teachers, and as Mr. Earl Campbell said, in terms of relationships to TCL. I mean, so no, I get your point. But I mean, wholeheartedly, I just think that we have to stop the wedging between board members, staff, and community. Until we stop that foolishness, then we're gonna have this going on. That's all my point was. Thank you. I do understand what you're saying.
Okay. Dr. Stratos, I want to thank you and your team for your presentation. I have one comment, and that is what we have this summer in terms of the development, the programs that Ms. Dantzler talked about, we didn't have before. So we are moving in the right direction. Are we where we need to be? Personally, I don't think so. I think where we need to be is that every student who desires to have a camp experience or an enrichment experience during the summer should, we should be able to facilitate that in somehow. But I do recognize that we are further and closer to serving more students today than we were last year at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, next item on the superintendent's report is under highly qualified teachers and administrators. And so I want to take a moment to introduce to you new principals for the upcoming school year. And so I'll begin with Okatee Elementary, and the new principal at Okatee Elementary will be Ms. Tracy Lanise. Tracy, if you would come up and
Chairman, Scrivener, and the board, and Dr. Rodriguez, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank each of you and your confidence in me as leading Okatee Elementary for the upcoming years. I'm so excited to be continuing to join that staff and family. As a native of Beaufort County, I definitely am so proud to work and live in this community. I also am raising my children here, and I'm proud to do that and have them attend Beaufort County schools. I want to thank the educators that came before me, that guided me, and also the opportunity of the board and the district in the past to open the doors for a cohort that allowed me to get my master's in educational leadership in Beaufort County and continue to be an educator and dedicated to our students. So I thank them, the leaders that came before me, and also Jamie Pinkney for her 19 years of dedication at the school, raising those owls and that staff in her 40 years with this district. So I look forward to wonderful things ahead, and I appreciate the support of my family, my husband Brian, and my children Barrett and Brody. And I'm so excited to be part of that team of owls with the staff and the families there as we have a great future and we spread our wings and learn new things. So thank you.
We'll move to Beaufort Middle School, and I'd like to introduce to you Ms. Dee Dee Thompson, who will be the next principal.
Good evening, everyone. Chairman Stribinger, members of the board, Dr. Rodriguez, Ms. Walton, and district staff, I want to begin by extending a heartfelt thank you for the opportunity to lead one of our amazing Beaufort County schools. It is my honor to have been chosen as the next principal of Beaufort Middle School. As a young child, I remember playing in the bleachers mostly, but attending those Friday high school games at the BMS campus, which was then Beaufort High School. Never could I have imagined then that years later, this would be where I would serve the community, first as a science teacher and then as an ed tech coach. I never thought I would be Beaufort Middle School's principal, even though it was my aspiration to do so. Today I come before you humbled, that you have confidence in me to lead, and I come to you ready to lead. Together with the amazing faculty, staff, students, families, and community, I'm ready to do everything in my power to ensure that every Griffin has equitable opportunities to rise up and to experience and fulfill their own dreams and live out their own potential. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the people who helped, who have been pivotal in helping me to get to where I am today. My husband, a fellow educator, my family, my friends, and my mentors, thank you so much. They've been my biggest cheerleaders. To the many administrators, colleagues, and friends who have taken the time to invest in my professional growth, a heartfelt thank you to as well. There are too many to mention, and we do not have that kind of time, but I don't want to leave anyone out, and you know exactly who you are. And finally, to my fellow May River A team, I love you guys, and I'm blessed to have been a part of one of the best administration teams ever. Finally, I also give thanks to God. Again, fellow board members, district staff, I give you all the thanks for this amazing opportunity, and I look forward to serving our Griffins and our community.
At this time, I want to introduce to you the new principal for Beaufort High School, who is here with us today, and that is Mrs. Carla Shelton, who comes to us from another state that we successfully recruited from.
Good evening, distinguished board members, Dr. Rodriguez. I want to thank you for this opportunity to lead Beaufort High School. I'm very excited about the challenges in front of us. I look forward to building relationships with all the stakeholders. You know, I've heard the word relationship mentioned several times tonight. And if you do any research, you're going to find out that the one thing all effective schools have in common is about relationships. And it's relationships with the stakeholders, it's relationships with the community. Because at the end of the day, we all have to work together to move the school forward. I can tell you that my belief is that every day I step on that campus, every day my teachers, faculty, staff step on that campus, we're planting seeds of hope with every child every day. Also, I think it's important that we understand our responsibility is to help every child, regardless of where they come from, who they are, to help them reach their potential. We just talked about people going out there minimum wage. No one can live on minimum wage. Minimum wage is not a living wage. We've got to do our best to prepare our kids to be out there and to be able to compete in a global economy. That is our responsibility, and I take that responsibility very serious. But in the end, what I want for every child is to have a positive experience, to belong at Beaufort High School, to know that it's a culture that we accept you no matter who you are. And all we want for you is the very best. So thank you for this opportunity. I look forward to getting to know each one of you. And again, thank you for selecting me as your principal. Thank you.
Next, for Hilton Head IB Elementary, I want to introduce to you Michelle Brockaway, who is moving from the assistant principal position to the principal position.
Good evening, Chairman Stribinger, members of the board, Dr. Rodriguez, and district staff. Thank you for rewarding me this opportunity. After 22 years in Beaufort County School District, I truly believe this is what I'm supposed to do next. I promise to give 110% each day and work to ensure that all needs are met of the various stakeholders. I'm proud and honored to be the next principal of Hilton Head Elementary and thankful that I get to continue working with the students, parents, and staff that I have been working with and stay in a community that I love. I'm grateful for Jill McAdam for believing in me 8 years ago and leading me into administration. I'm also very grateful to have had Sarah Owen as a mentor these last 5 years. Both women have provided me many opportunities to grow as a leader and prepare me for this next step in my career. So again, thank you for this opportunity. I look forward to continuing to build a safe and inviting environment where students and teachers want to be each day. Thank you.
And last but certainly not least, I want to introduce to you our new Hilton Head Middle School principal, Mr. Clinton Austin.
Good evening, Chairman Stribinger, school board members, Dr. Rodriguez, Ms. Walton, and district staff. My name is Clint Austin, and I want to start by thanking you for your trust and your support as I begin my service as the principal of Hilton Head Island Middle School. I've been an educator since 2010, and I've held roles as a teacher, coach, athletic director, and administrator. To prepare myself for this principalship, I've spent a lot of time asking questions and digging to get information about Hilton Head Middle School. From what I can tell, I'm about to inherit a wonderful place with an insurmountable amount of talent in both staff and students. I'm excited for this opportunity to serve not only the district, but also this community. We are going to take chances. We are going to think outside of the box. We're going to support and love each other in order to shape the culture and take Hilton Head Island Middle School to new heights. We will raise the level of success not only at Hilton Head Middle School, but also in Beaufort County School District. I appreciate all the faith that all of you are putting in me, but I would also like to thank some of the people that have gotten me to this point. I would never have made it this far without the support from my wife, Shannon. I appreciate you giving everything you have to allow me to pursue my dreams. Of course, thank you to my parents and my brothers for always keeping me on the right track. And last but not least, I want to thank my May River High School admin team, along with principals Todd Bornschower and Pat Freda. I've had the privilege of working under these two principals for years, and they both poured their knowledge and wisdom into me to prepare me for this day. My success in my career would be nothing without the people around me. I'm going to miss May River, but I'm excited to bring those memories and experiences with me as I begin my principalship, and I'm eager to meet my new Stingray family and get to work. Thank you.
I want to thank all of you for joining us here this evening, for sharing a few thoughts with us. And I'd like to ask our executive directors if join you all outside. You don't have to stay the rest of the meeting, but I'll join you outside and just connect and plan your next steps as the transition. So thank you very much. The next item on the agenda under highly qualified staff. Oops, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Yes, Mr. Stribinger.
Thank you. I didn't want this to get by without saying we're all excited, and it seems to me that this shows us that our program of growing talent within our district is working. And so kudos for that.
Thank you.
Oops. Thank you, Mr. Stribinger. At this time, the next item on the superintendent's agenda was around teacher alternative certification information that had been requested by the board. So our school district engages through the following, which is 1, PACE, 2 is through CATE Alternative Certification, Teach for America, Teachers of Tomorrow, and Teach Abroad. And so through those initiatives and through those programs, we work to help teachers or help prospective teachers transition from an alternative area into education. And so one thing that is constant about all of these programs is that as they prepare to transition into teaching, and as they do their work around their coursework that they need around transitioning into teaching, at the end of the day, before they can be hired, they must pass the praxis exam. And so there is no way around that within the state component. More recently, the state is talking about the CAP program and CAP initiative, and that's one that we are exploring with them. That is a new one, and that is something that they're still working through themselves. So we are exploring through that CAP program. We receive information from the state. We engage with them in conversations around it. But even in the CAP program, that praxis exam must be passed in order to get certification before you can be afforded a teaching position. The difference between CAP and the others is that the CAP has early childhood and elementary certification option available to them. The others are more secondary. Ms. Walton, did I miss anything? Thank you. Okay. I hope that provides some information about where we are within our alternative certification options. So the next item on the superintendent's agenda is around fiscal responsibility, and I see Tanya ready to roll. Go ahead, Ms. Crosby.
Yes. Good evening once again. We did make an approval. The board did approve earlier to move the transparency reports to the Finance Committee. However, that will take effect after the report giving this evening. So we do have one final report that will come directly to the board for you this evening. So we do have the $100,000 report, both consolidated and detailed, the transparency report, and the board's monthly budget report. I'll be happy to take any questions you may have on any of these reports.
I don't see any questions from the table. Mr. Stribinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a question. I would just say that this reinforces the validity of the previous motion.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. We have Denise Matson again here this evening for the Esser update report. So she will be providing that for the month of May. Okay, thank you.
Good evening. It sure is a nice opportunity to follow Dr. Stratus talking about the academic programs that are being funded with Esser, because as Colonel Gar said earlier, it is about closing the gap according to what happened with the pandemic there. So you can see that through the month of May, there was an expenditure, a total expenditure of $2.8 million. Now, $1.8 million was for the dual modality payment to our teachers who had been teaching in 2 different modes there. And so you can see the cost on that, and that came out of Esser 3. We had expenditures in Esser 2, as you can see on this summary chart here. We had about $446,000 spent for literacy, STEM supplies, and furniture. And so in 1 month, that is that is a good expenditure in the one category. We did finish up our after-school and tutoring programs, and it was running about $130,000 a month. And that is by school programs. That is all after school at all the schools in our district there. That's their allocation that they use throughout the year. We also, as you can see, I did attach just a projection report. We're mid-year of the current year. I did mention it last month, but I updated it through our expenditures through May. It's the second page of the presentation. And it just kind of gave an overview of all the allocations and all the 4 different grants that we've received. It also did what we have so far spent, and then what we projected through December of 22. And then at that point, we would be at 62% expended out of all of our funds. This was just a best guess of taking all the activities that we have planned, the Summer Institute, the summer learning programs, the recruitment retention bonus coming up in the fall, 2 quarters of salary. Hopefully we'll have our air conditioning encumbered. I probably won't be here yet, but to get it encumbered. That is one thing that Ms. Crosby instituted with these funds, is using the requisition system, so that we did encumber them as they were spent, and so we can really keep up with what's actually been promised versus waiting for for it to actually be paid. We're actually seeing it as we do it because we're doing it through our requisitions system. And then the last pages is the same report that you've been getting by activity. You'll see that all of our funds are actually budgeted for activities that have been coming to you every month. So as we deviate from or add different activities, we have to take away from some of these activities that are on the list here. So that's always a running after to see where we can cut, where we have savings there. So it's not like we have just a little pot over here of money that we can pull out. It's all active. It's all planned for all the activities that we've been talking about throughout the year. So that's my presentation in summary. I'd be glad to take any questions that you have.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I think I only have 2 questions, and one of them is kind of a 2-parter, so maybe 3.
Only ask one.
Okay, so I'll ask the pseudo 2-parter one. On Esser 2, I see the $6 million allocation for the implementation of premium pay program. What happens if we do not utilize that full $6 million, and when will that be realized? What happens if we do not use the full $6 million? Because the lapse date is of 2023, and this is supposed to cover 3 hiring seasons. We traditionally have slippage anyways, so I assume there's going to be slippage here. So,
well, we'll know because I believe the payment is set for sometime November, December. So we'll know how much has been spent there, and so the excess, we'll look to see if there's any other categories that we're running low in. We had to do some of that with moving extra to our mental health contracts now when we move it. So it's a constant moving game, but we're ready to, I'll know exactly after that paycheck
November of
hits.
this year?
Uh-huh.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah. Ms. Boatwright?
So I'm not sure if you're the right person to ask this, but I have been on my ear about mental health services, and I recognize that there is a shortage of providers. It says now that we spent $235,000, I think $38,000 and change in the month of May. How much of that went to staff and how much of that went to students? Do we know? Because what I was told was that we are piloting the student-based program in 10 elementary schools, which I just still need someone to explain to me why we decided to take that as a first step as opposed to high school, middle school, where the suicides and the dropouts and whatnot are happening. So I'm pretty sure, I'm kind of abusing my position here with this question to get back on my soapbox. So, anybody?
I do not know the answer to that.
Ms. Walton, do you have information on the mental health?
I'm sorry, can you tell me what?
So I'm just trying to
specifically
understand,
you're
it said that we spent $235,000, and I'm sorry, I need glasses all the time now. If I can find it again, it said for staff and students through HOPE, contracted services for HOPE, I believe, for staff and students. Are we actually offering mental health to students? I just want to understand, because I think you were up last time and said that we were piloting this new program, I think it's called Heroes, if I'm recalling correctly.
Hello,
Okay.
Heroes, yes.
Okay. That's going out to staff. And then you were going to pilot it into 10 elementary schools. And we've spent $235,000. I just kind of want to know how much that's going to staff. When are we going to start bringing this into the middle school and high schools? Because I feel like we're just in a absolute hair on fire crisis at the high school level. So I'm kind of wondering, of the $235,000 and the $38,000 in May, if you can give me an idea of how that's being spent within the district.
It's going to be between two different entities. Hope Performance Systems is our local partner, so that's totally separate from Hopeful Hello Heroes.
Sorry, I can't hear that well. Is the microphone on?
Can you talk to the microphone?
Is the microphone on there?
Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Two entities. Hello Heroes,
Hello.
that is our telehealth. So part of the funds were spent for that. And that's for teachers. That's for staff.
Okay.
And then our local partners are Hope Performance Systems, and that's for staff and students. So those staff members and those students are referred out to those services. So they are receiving counseling, but that is locally. The telehealth is the Hello Heroes.
I think this still counts as my one question, because I'm just getting a clarification. So we are not doing any telehealth, mental health services for students, that's staff only, and then some students are being referred out to the partners here locally.
I think the expansion on telehealth with students is an expansion of Hello Heroes that you guys are working through.
That is correct.
And that has not yet occurred.
That we're working on that right now. And it hadn't gotten to the point where we started with students because we were so close to the end of the school year.
But we still plan to start with the 10 elementary schools first and not the high schools?
So far, yes. Now,
We'll
can
have
that
to-
be adjusted? It could be.
I mean, I have a strong personal feeling that, do you want to come back to me? I'm moving into second question territory.
If you're going into the second question, you have to stop.
Just put a pin in me here over
Okay.
here.
Let's see. Mr. Smith?
In terms of these childcare and staff, are we not utilizing that? Are we not providing any of those right now? Are we not utilizing any of that funding?
Childcare is just for staff during the school year.
Right.
So we wouldn't be using that right now.
Well, this data is from September, and it seemed like when I looked, it seemed like no money was used from that. That's why I asked that question. But even in summer school, there's no funding for summer school, even for parents who are bringing their kids in for childcare.
No, we don't have the program running through summer school unless specifically a school asked for it, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
That's my first question.
Let's see. Rachel?
So my question is in regard to a reset. I know we've had conversations about basically going back and looking at these plans again once we do realize any savings or any areas where we're not spending. And I note on that page, the projection report, that Esser 2 at the end of December 22 would be about 76% expended. but that one expires 9 months later, essentially. So that's a pretty sizable chunk of money that I'm wondering, when are we going to do the reset to figure out how are we going to spend this? Because I want to spend every penny.
Yes, we do. We want to spend every penny. We have actually working on an amendment today. It's being looked at through Ms. Crosby on that, so to take into that consideration. So we are working on both of those amendments there. That's one we'll be watching real closely too, making sure these activities that are there, we might have to switch some to the ones we know we're going to spend that we had in 3. For instance, let's say we have summer school. We put some in both there, but if we know we're already almost finished with this Esser 2 summer school, we will put more expenditures for next summer because we have 2 more summers of this summer programming. So we would move that back to out of 3 into 2 there, and that's a large amount. So those are an example of activities that we'll be moving throughout there. Okay.
Do we have a date of when it would be coming to the board for us to see? I'm just trying to get an idea of, you guys obviously are massaging things, but when are we going to see it?
We can bring it next month for you to see the changes there. So, and you'll see it, and we'll talk about it. Then I'll make sure on this report, because all the different adjustments will be made in the budget.
Ms. Boatright?
Okay, so again, I recognize that this is an Esser fund update. So we can do this as a future agenda topic, but my concern is this. From the Esser funding, mental health was one of the #1 things in the parent survey. I think it was #2 over learning. There was learning loss, then mental health services. As a parent with kids in high school, talking to friends, going to graduation and seeing signs of self-harm, the shooting that happened in Hilton Head with 5 juveniles, I feel like we have $1 million plus set aside for mental health, and we're not getting it into where the fire is burning the hottest. So if we need to have a conversation, I'm just not sure what criteria we're using. I appreciate that staff, that we're providing mental health support for staff, but for these kids who don't have health insurance, who don't have self-autonomy to go out and get their own services, I feel like the community is relying on Esser funding and the schools to set this up. Mm-hmm. And so when I look at this, there's $925,000 in Esser's Fund 3, or what, ARP, whatever, set aside out of that. And so far we've spent $88,000. So my concern is I don't understand why we're not doing more to get those resources into where I perceive there to be a tremendous and acute need.
So I would offer that maybe we need to have that discussion so that you can know specifically what we do offer, how high school students are referred to mental health services right now without us focusing specifically on high schools. So I would suggest that maybe we bring that back to you so that we can talk about where we are, where we're moving to, so that the questions can be answered. That would be my recommendation.
Mr. Smith?
Also, in looking at ESSA funds, I'm trying to understand, and I don't see where we are actually incorporating retirees that we need. You know, to Mr. Campbell's point earlier about finding teachers and finding people, because you know I've had several retirees that have told me that. Well, you know, y'all talk about bringing us back or having retirees. You know, y'all have funding to give us bonuses. Y'all have funding to give us incentives to come back. And we said that we need teachers, and there's a teacher shortage all across America, but I don't see where the ESSA fund spells that out at. And maybe I missed it. I'm not sure, but if so, could someone show me exactly where we are?
I think what I would say, Mr. Smith, if you've got 5 people that you know that are retired and are interested in contributing to help move our students forward academically, let me know who those 5 are. We'll put them to work.
Right, but that's not my point. My point is in this extensive plan that spelled out exactly what we're doing with ESSER funds. My question is, where in this plan do it speaks to retiree? We speak to a host of different people, and a host of different services that we're offering. I'm asking where in this, or what part of our plan, what's the process of including retirees in ESSER funding?
So
That's my question.
So I think there has been, I'm not going to speak specifically to retirees, but there is a plan that's laid out around ESSER fund. I mean, we didn't just throw darts at a wall, right? So we figured out what it was that we wanted to target and strategically try to impact, right? And so when we did that, we laid a budget out around that in the different buckets that are allowed by the ESSER funding. Then, as time goes on, some of those funds are expended, some are not, haven't been expended, and so we continue to work at it and look at it. But in addition, whenever the board makes a motion to do something and use ESSER funds, sometimes that's not something that was pre-budgeted for, right? And that requires us to now say, okay, we're not going to do this because now we've got to do that, right? And so those are changes and shifts that we have to make on the fly. Am I correct, Ms. Crosby? Okay. So I mean, there is a plan that we have been working through, right, to try to make sure that we're expending those dollars in a positive way. If you've got teachers that are retired that want to participate, please, I implore you, let me know who they are. We will put them to work. We've got community engagement sites we can use their assistance with. We've got additional summer school sites. I mean, if you know them, let us know. We're happy to put them to work.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, Dr. Rodriguez. I'm not going to beat it down anymore, but I believe that you got my point. My point is just, what I'm looking for, the same way my co-board member said she saw something that she saw interested or that she want to see more. I'm stating at this board meeting that I'm looking for more opportunities to bring people, to make people want to get up off their couch and come teach my kids. That's what I'm looking for. That's all. I hear what you're doing. I applaud what you're doing. I appreciate what you're doing. But I'm just looking for, in this comprehensive plan right here, for more opportunity for retirees to make them get off their couch.
I'm pretty sure that within that plan, you could probably find places that those retirees could be put to work. So I would say, let us know who they are so we can get them to work. I mean, that's the reality.
Mrs. Smith?
I was just wanted to say that Dr. Wisniewski alluded to this earlier. There is $6 million put aside for retention and recruitment. So
right.
it's here.
Right. Right.
And Mr. Smith, we treat retired teachers just like we treat non-retired teachers. They are not relegated to a special category. If they're retired and they want to teach, they're treated just like a teacher that's not retired.
And I get that, but I just want something to say, get them off the couch. That's all. Something say, I'm willing to, okay, if you're going to pay me a bonus, just give me something. It's like the military gave you a bonus to come in and serve your country. We give them a bonus for coming in and serving our students. That's all. That's simple. But I have another question in reference to something else, Madam Chair. Can I go ahead with that?
Let me see. Is there anyone who hasn't asked a question that would like to speak? Doesn't appear so. Let me check the hands. Nope. Okay, Mr. Smith.
Also, in terms of providing additional custodial services, this has been a rough topic because I would like to understand how this money is getting spent, because the custodians, I've received several phone calls and saying that they're not getting what they want, and that there was a proposed walkout because of the fact that I understand that we do subcontract them out. So my question is, how are we using that money, and are we giving it to the company? Like, what's the process of doing number 5 on page 2? What's that process?
Which page, Mr. Smith?
Page number 2, number 5, providing additional custodians and
This is
services.
sanitation and supplies?
Right. Number 5, yeah, right. Right.
We just.
That's quite all right. So the request was made, and I don't know specifically all of them, but it was at elementary schools that only had a one-day porter. To soon they had multiple. I think Port Royal was one. So there were specific schools, some of our smaller elementary schools, that only had one staff member. We added a staff member there.
When you say we, can you be more specific as in we? And the reason why I'm asking is because I'm trying to figure out if there's a contractor, then how do we have the capability or the ability to add a staff member there? I'm just trying to understand.
The Beaufort County School, that was added to their contract.
Okay, so we gave them a additional person per that contract.
Was that brought through the board?
It's a $381,000 budget, so it was less than the dollar.
Okay. So, I mean, it was they developed, early on in the pandemic, they developed a plan on how to address the pandemic, extra sanitation of spaces, things of those natures, and that was one of their suggestions, were those small elementary schools with limited staff to add additional staff so that they could do the extra sanitation and things of that nature throughout the pandemic. So that is what that funding is for.
I hear what you're saying, but once again, I just say, and I'll leave it. I'm concerned because we have custodians that are contacting me. They're telling me once again that they're ready to do a walkout, and we say that we're paying them to provide, that we're paying them additional custodians. That means that they have a certain amount of money that they did not have prior to keep these custodians there. And I just want to remind my colleagues that we did give bonuses due to COVID during the school year to our staff, but do understand that being that this is why I fight for these people so much to be on our staff. These people did not get a supplement from us or from their company, so that's another wrench in there of why they should be a part of our staff. But that's here nor there. The point is, if we're spending this money, how is the company using the money? Because what are they telling us? Because obviously the workers don't feel like they're getting their fair shake of the money, and they're telling me they are taxpayers in this county. So this is a great concern to me.
Any other questions?
I
Mr. Campbell?
would just say, I've had several calls also, and I suggested that they sit down and talk with their boss. The board cannot change. We give the company a contract, and we give them so many dollars. So then they need to sit down and talk with their boss. We cannot change that from there, So.
Mr. Smith?
And I do understand what Mr. Campbell said. We can't change it, but we do have a responsibility if we're giving money to someone with the notion of what our comprehensive plan is spelled out. That Dr. Rodriguez and his staff took the time to make sure that they are showing us that the building and stuff is being clean, and that our contractor has what he needs to make this happen. Then that's problematic, because once again, these are still taxpayers in our county. So yeah, they may want to check our boss, but at the same time, it's our job to hold these contractors accountable. So I'm concerned because it's been brought up, and this is not the first time. I've been quiet about it. I've been very quiet, but I've been hushed. But it's to the point where it's unbecoming. The calls are becoming more and more, and people who are not in the school system are asking us, "What are y'all doing when it comes towards custodians?" So this is something that it needs to be looked at, and I would like an update on it if we could, because this is a serious concern in the community. Thank you.
Mr. Campbell?
Yeah, my suggestion would be the next operation committee meeting, have the contractors come in and talk to them. That's my suggestion.
Yeah, we can do that in August.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next item, or the last item, I should say, on the agenda in the superintendent's report is the Beaufort High School history preservation. And so I'll give you just a brief update on that. The board has asked that the staff come back with a plan to preserve history of Beaufort High School. Our initial steps on this is to begin working on lessons that the school can utilize with all of its ninth grade students. These will be designed to tell the story and the history of Beaufort High School. Incorporated into this story will be Beaufort, St. Helena, and Robert Small's schools, as well as how they came together to contribute the name, mascot, and colors to Beaufort High School. This story is currently captured in the pillars at the entrance to the school, but once implemented through the course, this information will be brought forward through lessons during the first 2 weeks of a particular course. That particular course is undetermined at the moment, but we want to make sure that we're capturing all of the ninth graders as they enter into the school, that they are able to understand and learn the history of the school and how the school received its name, mascot, and colors for Beaufort High School. Furthermore, we believe that it would be a wonderful addition to the African American History Education Conference so that this story will continue to be told. And that concludes just kind of an initial update on that component of preservation of history.
Mr. Campbell?
I applaud that initiative, Dr. Rodriguez, but I'm not sure that a ninth grader is gonna be able to understand it fully from context unless somehow we're sure that they know a little bit more about why those schools were consolidated and what was the background behind consolidation in the first place. So
yeah, that's our intent is to capture that
okay.
in there. But my question, I guess, if it's okay, I'd ask you a question. Do you think, are you also alluding to that maybe ninth grade is too young?
Not too young, but too
But
uneducated at the point.
But we need but we need a kind of a comprehensive lesson around that piece.
Well, yeah, I'm saying that, yeah, there should be, I mean, an ideal ninth grader should be fully aware of what happened
Yes.
contextually from that point to the 1950s and should, but not many people know about Brown versus Board of Education
Yes.
in the ninth grade and why
Yes.
those things were moved and why
Yeah.
things had to happen
Yeah.
of that sort. So
Yeah.
that's what I mean by
you're right.
that.
Most don't capture any of that really until they get to an American history
Right.
course, which would typically come a little bit later.
Right.
But this is an opportunity to capture that earlier, and so that's the idea. And you're right. There needs to be a context around what it is they're learning.
Yeah, because it might drive a fuller extent of that African American course study as you go through American history. Because, you know, although that initiative will be new for the upcoming ninth graders, I'm not sure that even those children, when they get to the 11th grade, will fully understand what happened.
Mhm.
So I think we have to look a little bit more comprehensive in terms of presenting that history, and it is unique to a degree to this area in terms of not Brown versus Board of Education, but the transition from what was to what is. They got to understand a lot of the dynamics of Penn School and the Shanklin School and all those things that existed before and why, in order to get the true concept of what happened and why it happened, of that sort.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm not knocking the effort, as my coach would say, but I'm expecting a victory.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you. I would also suggest the school website have an updated section on the history, basically what the ninth graders are gonna learn. Memorialize that on the website so that everybody that goes to the high school website can learn the same thing those ninth graders are gonna learn.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
Yes, I think we should start earlier than the ninth grade. Because you have a lot of adults in this county don't know at one time there were 7 school districts in Beaufort County. 7. And the board was made up of white males. And the African American community didn't have a say in education in this county. And I think we need to tell the truth. And that is what is wrong right now. We need to tell the truth, whether it's good or whether it's bad. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
I do agree with exactly what Mr. Campbell just said this now, but also now with this provision, I'm still not in spirit of that this took care of the issue at hand. The issue at hand is still the ego, the field, the mascot, the colors. I've heard what Dr. Rodriguez has said, and I appreciate that, and I applaud his effort. But my question is, what's the process of getting back to the original mascot and the original colors of Beaufort High School? Because I believe that's what the initial intent of this motion was. And I understand there's a process. I do. However, my only question is, in coming up with that, is how do we get back to the results that the community is asking for? That's my question. Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm looking for an answer on that from the staff or the superintendent or possibly. I see Mr. Scripture have his hand up. Maybe he has, but I'm really looking for it because.
Okay. Dr. Rodriguez, did you want to say something? He didn't indicate that he wanted to say anything.
Yeah, I think what I would say was my interpretation of the board's motion was to make sure that the preservation of the school's history and story was preserved, right? The board spoke already on 2 occasions, I believe, on the other matter.
And that is?
What you're suggesting about the change on the field and that sort of thing. The board took a vote on that.
Mr. Stribinger?
Rodriguez already stole my thunder.
Okay.
That I made this motion, and I made this motion to preserve the important history of Beaufort High School. It was not about the logo on the football field. It's about preserving the history. So I think that's the topic. I think if we drift off of that topic, then we're probably on a FOIA violation, because that's not what this is about. This is about preserving the history of the school.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Well,
I just have one last thing.
Are you okay? Be careful. FOIA's been mentioned.
Well, it doesn't matter about FOIA. When it comes to this topic, the ego at hand is in Beaufort High School. Preserving the history is brand. That is the history of Beaufort High School. The mascot, the colors, those are history. So when you talk about FOIA, all that's covered because all that's the same thing. Because when you talk about the history and telling what the history was in the schools, all that's covered under the FOIA. Just to be politically correct, people. But in terms of it, my still question is, and keeping in preserving the history.
Excuse me. So I'm somebody's.
Test.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, in preserving the history, I'm asking. My question is, in the process of preserving its history, how do we get back to understanding then the original identity and keeping the original identity the original identity? Help me understand that. It's one thing to preserve, but you can't preserve the fake. Either you preserving the real, or you're not preserving it. You got Polo and you got Lolo. Either we're going to preserve Polo or Lolo. That's simple.
Mr. Stribinger?
I believe Mr. Smith is trying to twist this particular topic to his own agenda. If preserving the history, if the superintendent comes back and says that putting that logo on that football field is essential to preserving the history, then we'll deal with it. But for tonight, the issue is preserving the history and what the superintendent plans to do. So I think we've covered that topic, and I think you're trying to twist this back to your own agenda. That's not what this is about tonight. I understand it may be a broader issue, but tonight we are talking about the superintendent's plan to preserve the history.
Okay, thank you. All right, so moving forward, the next item on the agenda is board business action.
I'm going to invite Franny Heiser, our bond counsel, up to the podium. So earlier this evening, the board voted to approve $25 million worth of 8% projects to be completed. This motion is for approval. This agenda item is for the approval of the funding and to be able to issue bonds for those projects. So,
can I, Madam Vice Chair, may I
Yes.
make the motion before?
Yes,
absolutely.
please.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair, I move that the Beaufort County Board of Education authorize the issuance and sale of not exceeding $25 million general obligation bonds, Series 2022D, or such other appropriate series designation of the School District of Beaufort County, South Carolina, fixing the form and details of the bonds, delegating to the superintendent or his lawfully authorized designee the authority to determine certain matters pertaining to the bonds, providing for the payment of the bonds and the disposition of the proceeds thereof, and other matters relating thereto.
Earl Campbell, second. Discussion? Now, do you want to?
Would you like to
Yeah.
say anything, Franny? Since you've been here so patiently waiting for
Yes.
us.
Well, no, I always enjoy school board meetings. To me, they're like little passion plays. So to me, it's a little bit of theater. Thank y'all for letting me be with y'all this evening. You do have the resolution for your annual 8% general obligation bond. This resolution is substantially identical to the ones that you've seen before. We will sell the bond so that we can have the debt service set in time for millage to be set, and we will give you a report at the end of the sale, and you will get this all fits into your financing plan so that the millage limitation that y'all have targeted will stay. We will be able to issue this debt and keep y'all within that millage that you've represented to your constituents and taxpayers. Be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions? Any comments? Mr. Smith?
With all this talk about the a recession coming, how do you see us? How do you see this affecting the district? Because there's a lot of talk about a recession, and it seems like a recession is coming, and I'm concerned about a lot of this.
Point of order. I understand, we had the similar conversation, but that's not related to the motion on the table, so we need to put that as a future agenda topic.
Well, I actually, I believe that does. I'm asking, how does this affect? How will this be affected?
The motion is just to determine the funding source, so it's not about recessions and coming up, so it's not related to the motion.
I won't argue on that. I'll let you.
Okay. You might want to add that as a future topic, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sure will.
All right, so any questions? So I call the question on the motion on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Smith? Nay. Okay, so that is 9 yes and 1 no.
Thank y'all very much. It's nice to be with y'all.
Okay. Dr. Guads.
Our next business action item is approval of the nomination for the South Carolina School Boards Association 2022 Champion of Education Award, and I move that we approve the nomination of the Citizens-Led Oversight Committee application and submit it to the SCSBA by July 1 for the Champion of Education Award.
Patricia Fidrich? Sorry. Okay. Seconded by Ms. Fidrich.
And I concur with Mr. David Stribinger. Thank you to Candace Bruderer for a great write-up here. Thank you, thank you.
Mr. Smith?
For clarification, can you tell the public what exactly that is? And who basically, what's that process?
Well, you want me to answer that?
Yeah,
Sure.
sure.
The Champions for Public Education is an award that's put forward by the South Carolina School Board Association. And they accept nominations quarterly, and to be eligible, school districts are eligible to nominate as people or groups for this award. If you will remember, last year or 2 years ago, we nominated community member Catherine Donaldson for her effort in getting all kinds of Kindles for our students. So this nomination we're putting forward is in recognition of all the hard work and dedication that our citizen-led oversight committee have given to the district.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Madam Chair. That definitely lets the community know that we are engaged in that. We are thanking people. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. All those in favor of the nomination of the Citizen Oversight Committee for the SBA Champions for Public Education Award, please signify by saying yes or aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Yeah.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye? Yep, okay. So that is 10-0. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Dr. Wisniewski?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Okay, Dr. Guads?
I second it, but we've already approved the second item under the consent agenda, so it would only be the first item that's now
Oh, that's
remaining
true.
on the consent agenda.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Did we have a second? You
I'll
did.
second that
I did.
motion.
Okay, okay. So all those in favor of approving the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, that's 10-0. Okay, future agenda topics. Mr. Smith?
The topic I just brought up about how will get some information about how will this
The effects of the recession?
how will the recession affect us as a district moving forward? Thank you.
And I don't know if I need officially, but Ms. Walton said she'd bring back some more information on the mental health.
Yes. Esser reset.
Yeah,
Yep, but we'll put this on here. Anybody else? Mr. Campbell?
Yeah, I'd like to have a review of the demographics of our administrative staff and our educators. I was concerned with that note I got from the applicant, or we all got from the applicant that applied for the Beaufort County School, and sitting that we have just 3 African-American male educators in administration was concerning to me. And today, you know, it's one of the comments that was made was, are we looking for the most qualified individual or not? I think we need to I suggest a work session where we discuss what the philosophy will be going forward in terms of developing our process for educating the children in Beaufort County. You know, and a lot of things are tie-ins in my mind in terms of how and who is educating. The Beaufort County, the Beaufort High School profile that Dr. Rodriguez just mentioned was a part of my concern. And you know, I don't concur with the interview process and the background of educators as being always the best qualified person for the job. So I think we need to discuss where we're going and how we plan to get there. And that's not, you know, any slight on what the present administration is doing, but it's an overall comprehensive look at how we do what we're doing. And I'd like to say the same thing about the use of the Esser funds and all that stuff. I mean, to me, it's a much more long-term program than we have been involved in here today. So I want to look at the studies and see what we got, what the student population look like compared to what we've got, and how we intend to move forward with that.
Okay, we got it. Really, this is just to give a topic and not to, got it.
I just want to know why I want
Got
the
it.
topic on there.
Okay.
I think I do have that, right?
Mr. Smith, just a topic.
Right now, I just want to add, I do concur with Mr. Campbell on that topic. I think that's a very important topic. So I'll second that. I will second that topic. Yeah, I'll second that motion.
All right, any others? Okay, so now we, announcements. Mr. Chair, Stribinger, did you have any announcements? Oh, okay. All right, so we are up to the second public comments. We have one commenter, Mary Moyd.
Good evening. To say I'm disappointed is putting it mildly. How can you preserve the history of Beaufort High School and take away the flag? I mean, we've been coming here talking about the flag and the mascot and the colors. How can you preserve the history? The flag, the colors came from, I'm really upset. The colors came from Robert Smalls, and the mascot came from St. Helena, the 2 African-American schools that came in to Beaufort High. Beaufort High kept the alma mater and the name. So what history are you preserving? When those kids back in the fall of 1970, when that class started school, all they brought with them was the love of their school, the color and the mascot, and they came to Beaufort High and they became one. I'm quite sure, you know, I don't know if any of you went to Beaufort High School. I don't know if you know what the climate was like, but with the climate of the world today, why would you do something like that? I went to Beaufort High School. The Eagle came from St. Helena. I mean, that has no significance to you because you're not affiliated. You have no heart for it. You're just doing a job. But what about the people here? What about the people here who went there? You made a decision that affects all of us. And maybe if I hadn't had so many things taken away, being here in Beaufort County, maybe the Eagle, maybe that wouldn't be such a big thing, you know, but when you have things taken away from you all your life, after a while, you know, even things that are minute, you start fighting for those things. That's not minute. You are erasing history, altering history, and you can sit here and think that it's okay. Put yourself in our place, the people who attended the school. Yeah, we have love and we have heart for it. The Eagle is important to me. I spent 20 years in the United States Army, dedicated. That Eagle meant something. I talked about that when I was in the military, that I went to a school and the Eagle represented our school. That was our mascot. I fought for my country, and I'm going to fight for Beaufort High, color, and the mascot to remain the same. You can't, this right here saying that you are preserving the history of Beaufort High, absolutely not. You're not. You're erasing. And you all, then the board voted on it? You haven't answered any questions we asked. None. So is this the way the board works? I'll be back.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Ms. Boatwright, seconded by Dr. Wisniewski. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, thank you, everyone.